Oh, oh no. Oh no. I hit the one button and it snapped my view. Jesus Christ. Hey guys, Concentric here. Back not playing a game today. Turn on the music just a hair. But working on a game. Specifically, and this is something I've talked about on stream before. I've been trying to work on, I don't know, learning how to make games and stuff in Godot. Anybody who's familiar with Godot, it's a pretty fucking cool uh engine to work with. I like it a lot, and I've been trying to learn it off and on. Glorp software, yeah, that's what they call me. Should I get like a little extension so you can have a bunch of glorps running around at the bottom and everybody can like have one, and I don't know, maybe they can like fuck each other or something. That could be kind of cool. Anyways, glorp breeding program. Anyways, so that's what I'll be working on a little bit today. We're just gonna be vibing. I'm gonna be working on some game stuff. I'll probably yap just as I'm working on stuff, and I will, you know, attempt to explain what I'm doing. Although full disclosure, I'm like a layman who has stumbled into kind of knowing some stuff. So I don't consider myself an expert. I'm not going to thoroughly know what I'm talking about. If you are expecting some high level of understanding of this engine and game design in general, you are not going to get it. I apologize, you're just not. So I want to be upfront about that. I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy who kind of knows how to do stuff sometimes. Um, so nothing I do is going to be at an expert level. But I want to be upfront about that. I'm not gonna fucking blow smoke up your guys' ass and be like, I'm actually a really good game dev and totally know what I'm doing. You should buy my game. Very humble start. Thanks. Also, for some context, because I don't usually do this, I do have some music playing. I don't know if it's loud. I try to keep it kind of chill and quiet. It looks like it's at a reasonable volume on OBS. It's just some background lo-fi, beats. Nothing too intrusive, I hope. It sounds perfect. Okay, great. Good. And for context, you can get all of anything that you hear from freetouse.com. There's actually a link under the stream, and I'll briefly swap over to, there we go, this website right here, free to use lo-fi. And you just have to like kind of attribute them and be like, hey, you got it from here, and then you can just use it freely. So shout out to oh god, what's that channel? Bay Talks, I think. I was watching some of their superhero shit. The guy rambles a lot about superhero stuff. And although I'm not the biggest, most knowledgeable person about superhero stuff, I did find his analysis and various inputs to be quite funny, and he uses it as background music. So I was inspired. But I'll put there's a link under the stream, and I'll put a link on the YouTube video as well when I export that. So sponsored, yeah. God, I wish. It'd be crazy to be sponsored by literally free to use music. That would be pretty insane, but nevertheless. Also, hey Myong, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good day. My goodness. Anyways, so that's enough preamble. I know, kind of drag on a little bit. But I'll give you guys some context to what I'm doing. So I've sent a couple of people some videos of stuff that I've done in Godot. It's not very extensive. I'm not very good at it, I would say, at least not yet. But basically this is my little game thing. If I start this, does it actually snap to this window? It doesn't. Okay, great. Let me add a thing. Hold on. Window capture? Game capture, window capture, game capture. I think I'm using okay, hold on. Let's name this Godot debug. I forgot this opens a separate window. So my bad. And I think that's okay. That's a little weird, but okay, that's fine. So this is kind of what I'm working with here. This is a separate window in which I can play and test the game. You're not one of those people? Well, I thought I sent you a little video. Anyways, for some context of what this is, I'm just using the glorps mostly as placeholders. There's a very basic scrapped together in paint tile map for the background. And there's also a sword sprite that I made. So I made it by hand. Not to toot my own horn too hard, but I think it looks pretty acceptable, all things considered. You know, made it in paint. I don't want to be the guy using AI for stuff. No shame in using AI, but I'm not gonna do it. Especially not for game design. But in any case, so I've got sort of my basic stuff here. I've got my little player thing. Everything in Godot works in scenes, and I've got a bunch of different little like scenes that I've scrapped together. If you did, I probably didn't watch it. Don't remember. That sounds about right. Sounds about right. I'm pretty sure I sent it to you. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna pull up our chat right now to see if I did. Oh, look at that! I did. You even said kill a glorp. I said kill a clurb. Then you said already better than Hogwarts Legacy. So there you go. I brought receipts. You're telling me this game won't be vibe coded? I don't intend for it to be. No. Yeah, no, I don't. I'm not gonna say that I won't like talk to a Gemini or something, or like ChatGPT and be like, hey, how the fuck do I do this in Godot? But I'm not gonna be like, code this for me and then copy paste it in. That's insane behavior. I think I've talked about it before. I think AI are tools like any other, and you kind of have to treat them that way, So using it for information, whatever, to get an understanding, great, makes sense. Don't just let it do stuff for you, because it's probably going to be shit, and even if it's not, you won't understand how to do it, so not worth it. I don't download or play games that aren't vibe coded. Well, my condolences. When I win Game of the Year, I'll be sure to credit you for never having played my game. No, I don't think I'm gonna make it that far, but we'll see. Who's to say? Anyways, back to the premise here. Probably think you're special for not using AI, huh? Not really. No, I wouldn't say so. It's like kind of the same way that like I don't think I'm special for like not being a meth head, right? Like I don't. It's just sort of a bare bones thing, right? I don't think I'm special for being like sober. It's just I don't know. I mean, not to like sound like I'm ragging on people who indulge, but like it's not. I wouldn't consider it like an achievement. It's not, It's just okay. Oh, that makes sense. Anyways, all right, pipe down, and let me give it to my explanation, and then you can yap. I got me yap first. Me yap. It's my stream. I'm a yap. No more proto yap. Okay, so for anybody who's unfamiliar, and because it helps me kind of get in the mentality, Godot works on like a node-based, scene-based system. So, for example, I've got my first scene here, my world scene, which I'm actually going to drag to the front. My organization is terrible, which you guys will see. That's probably something I'm going to work on a little bit today. And my general, if you can call it a philosophy, maybe an approach to game design, is that I'm very scatterbrained. So, in my typical fashion, I'm very scatterbrained, and you guys will see that as I stream. But anyways, we got the world scene here, got the tile map layer, which is all these little tiles that I've drawn and sort of painted with. It's very, very basic, just to play with stuff. Got my enemy scene, got my player scene, my camera attached, and then I've been working on this quote-unquote dropped item scene, which you don't actually see here, which I think I can fix, quote-unquote fix. Okay, sorry, I'm getting distracted again. I'll fix it in a moment. Remind me to do that. We have all our scenes here, but these are broken up into separate scenes. So this enemy scene, for example, is its own saved scene, which is here. So it's like a sprite 2D, which is just out of the box. There's a component hitbox thing that I've made, which is its own scene, and a component health, which is its own scene. So basically, you can see how it's like you kind of build from like the most basic building blocks and then go upwards. in conjunction with my statement earlier, I don't think this is, necessarily the best way to do things. I'm not going to say that I'm doing everything correctly here, because I'm probably not, and I imagine that a lot of this stuff will change over the development of the game as I grow to understand. So how it looks right now, if you're looking at it and being like, this guy's a fucking idiot, you're probably right. I probably am a fucking idiot. So, my condolences for having to watch. Then I have my Iron Sword scene. I've got component inventory, which doesn't actually have anything in it because it doesn't have any visual stuff. It's just for logistics. And then this inventory item thing that I'm working on, which actually I forgot to show it when I pulled this up. Here we go. So we pull up our test thing again. So I'm working on this dropped item, which you can see it in game. But if I press I, so that is my quote-unquote inventory. And this is, an Iron Sword icon in the inventory. And this is actually linked to an inventory variable in the back end. So this does represent a hypothetical inventory on this glorp, on your player character. You can't really do anything with it right now. And what I'm working on is trying to get it so that I can have dropped items, which I pick up, and that will go into here. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm getting like the fundamentals. That's sort of the situation we're on. So, you'll be suing me once this game comes out? Where are you going to be suing me? Also, I got up like a couple hours ago, but I've been in bed for the most part. So I'm eating a little bit and consuming. If you guys hear me doing that, that's what it is. So furthermore, with all these scenes, you're gonna see some of these nodes here have a little little scroll-looking icon, and this represents a script that's attached to the node. Basically, what that means is, if I go over here into the scripting tab, you can have it do stuff. You can have it do stuff that it's attached to. So, like I have a script for the Iron Sword specifically. It's attached to there. And then it takes in like all these different things, all the different components, as a stat set, and duplicates, initializes, blah 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 blah. And then also has the logistics for swinging and hitting. Which a lot of this is probably gonna have to change once I actually have a proper equip feature. Created the idea of a glorp game, so I'm using the idea without your permission. You don't own glorp, for one. And for two, this is going to develop a lot more than just being a game with glorps sliding around and presumably hitting each other or whatever. So, you'll get over it. Alright, anyways, that's the long and short of it. That's kind of where we're at for this. So I'm just going to kind of work on stuff, and I'll probably yap to you guys, and if anybody has any inputs, primarily probably Podu, because he seems to be the only one in here actively chatting. So Podu, I hope you've been well. I don't know if I said it before. I hope you're doing okay. I know last time I streamed and last time we chatted, you were feeling a little under the weather. I guess it's a way to put it. Maybe not physically, but mentally or emotionally. Hope you're doing better. You can't even see this like context box when I right click. Interesting. I've got this set specifically to this window, so the fact that you can't see some of this stuff is a little odd to me, but I may have to tweak that. Alright. Anyways. So, I'm working on the dropped item thing here, which actually I've got a scene for... Where the fuck is the scene for this? Hello? Dropped item. The script. Oh, it's because I haven't split it into its own scene. That's why. Okay, so I've got the dropped item here, and it's just a sprite 2D that I've attached a script to for now. So when I give it a script, I give it a stats item, which a stats item I've declared as a resource. And I have this value as well that I can adjust as I need to. So this will be my pixel size, which actually I think I might drop this to like 25, and we'll save that real quick. Stop me from winning this court case. Count your lucky stars, bub. Or dropped a bub. Take it easy, Wolverine. All right, Jesus. Speaking of, I watched just recently. I watched Deadpool 2, and then Deadpool and Wolverine back to back. I'd only seen Deadpool 1, and I kept meaning to watch Deadpool 2 and Deadpool and Wolverine. So I just went and did it like over the span of like 7 hours. I just back to back watched them all. Meh, okay-ish movies, I guess. They're kind of fun in some ways, but I don't know. Deadpool's not my cup of tea. So just as a character. Anyways, okay, so let me think here. So I'm manually assigning this a stats item currently, and then it sets the scale and everything. So I need to give this, I think, I'm at the point where I need to give this basically a detection box. Also, I want to tell it to, I think, can't I do like at tool or something? Isn't that how that works? There's a way to have this like run stuff in the editor, like a at tool tag or some shit like that. Hold on, let me pull up my code in the editor. To execute in the editor, you can also decide which parts of the script execute in the editor, and which in both. Okay. Oh, this is mainly for like the process function. Interesting. Okay, so I don't know that this can do what I'm wanting it to do. Or, oh, wait, hold on. Bird flies too close to the sun. Falls more than the other two. Same thought. I still watch them in theaters, but they're alright, yeah. My humble but not hubris opinion. Yeah, I think, like, watching the first one, it's like, okay, like, pretty hardcore, pretty, crazy, whatever. Also, like, it's kind of your first introduction to, the movie version of Deadpool and whatever, and I don't know. I don't really like Deadpool as a character in general, but I'm like, okay, it was a fun, kind of fucked up movie. Pretty on brand. The second one, I'm like, okay, this is, like, even more unhinged, but also, I kind of fuck with it. Okay, it's still a little much. And the third one was like, wow, this is, like, genuinely fucking bizarre what I'm watching. I don't think I've ever watched a movie and been so, not confused, but just, like, kind of confused. I don't know. I don't know if that makes any sense. Also, I think we can do what we want to do here. So, let's see. Export far, and this is a... So from here, we would say set? Set new resource. What the fuck is this? We'll try it. We'll try it out of the box and just see if we understand. Item. What's a new resource? So if resource, or I guess because they're using like a generic naming, so for me it'd be if item. It's not null. I'm pretty sure I could just say if item. I don't have to do equal to null, but we were confused with too much fan service from the characters to the plot and engine aligned with the current model state. Yeah, I kind of agree. It wasn't that I was like, it wasn't that I was hard confused. It was more of like, it just felt like everything was happening all the like it was just like a fucking cascade of shit going on. So it was like I was maybe less so confusion, more so like overwhelmed, I guess. I don't know, but I do agree with the too much fan service, just in general. A little not distasteful, but a little off-putting, I guess. We know they made over $1 billion. Yeah. Well, yeah. That's part of the reason that I wanted to watch it. I was like, man, like this seems like a pretty highly, highly recommended film. I guess. I don't know if recommended, highly rated, I guess. And I was just like, I don't know. Actually, no, let's say this is on item change. Declaring the current scope, which is fine. Say this is on oops. On item changed. Okay. Then we're gonna say. So we don't need this check in here. Because we're already doing that up there. Expected indent. Even expected indent. Oh, I see. Okay, clean that up. All right, and then we're gonna say on item changed for when you're ready. Okay, so I think. So we're gonna reset that, and we're gonna say sword resource. Okay, that didn't seem to do what I thought that it was gonna do. All right, I've clearly missed something. Hold on, let's see. Give it a 6.5 to 7 out of 10 from memory. Yeah, I think I'd give it something roughly in that range. I've seen it since it came out. Fine with not rewatching it or enjoying it more than I did 28 Years Later movies. I've not seen 28 Years Later still. But yeah, I would say like, 6.5 would be probably my range for it as well. Like it wasn't a bad movie, and there were definitely like good parts to it and like bits that I was like, oh yeah, it's pretty funny, whatever. But I don't know. But again, I guess maybe that's also just my personal skew for Deadpool, because I don't know. I'm not big on the I'm probably gonna piss somebody off when I say this. I'm not big on the lol so random XD style of humor that Deadpool seems to evocate. But yeah. Usually use resource, which in the resource set method will not be called. To get around this problem, make a resource. A resource a tool, make it emit the change signal. Wait, I've got to set my resource to be a tool? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I see. A signal when the property is changed. What? Okay, I don't understand what the fuck this means. Second 20 Years Later movie, step and a half better than the first one. It's a tonal shift, almost completely different lore. The second 28 Years Later movie? There's another 28 Years Later? Hold on, now I gotta look this up. Oh, like this the Bone Temple or whatever? That 2 parts and another coming out? Oh, jeez. Okay. You know, I'm kind of glad that I don't keep up with that. I'm not gonna lie. I remember watching like 28 hours and 28 weeks or whatever. I don't know. The predecessors to the 28 Years Later stuff. I remember watching them ages ago and thinking like, oh yeah, they're fine. It's been so long, I have basically no memory of it. But I digress, you know. Yeah, I've heard mixed things about those as well. The 20 years later coming out. Okay, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here, so I think I'm just going to not do it. Which is probably not the best way, but you know. We're just gonna scrap that. And instead of this being on item change, actually move that too. We're just gonna say, we'll just say load item. There. So if we need to call that anywhere else later, we can, but for right now, I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what the fuck. Alright. Just make sure this still works for one. Okay, yes. And it is like the very small. it's a little tiny, but it works. That's my main concern. We can figure that out. That's another point. Started playing Schedule 1 again the other day. Oh hell yeah. I mean, is it good? Is it I know they've released like several updates. I don't know if it's like worth going back to and playing or not. Also, we can remove this tool thing here, clean this up a little bit. Yeah, I don't need that anymore either. Okay. Just tidy it up a little. Okay, so in this case, we're just not gonna think about that for right now. And we're gonna add a child resource, and you guys can't actually see this, I'm realizing, which is a little annoying, but whatever. I'm basically looking through the node menu. Let's see, node 2D. I could probably set this up to be visible if you guys wanted, but so you know what? I'll just fucking do it. Hold on. I'll set this as a game capture too. Godot nodes. Your specific window. Create a new node. Shit, it didn't do it. What? Right. Oh shit. Maybe we move that. Oh. Alright, whatever. Fucking with too much. Back to 2D. Let's see. Actually, you know what? I could just do like this. Oop. Just so you guys can actually see it. Worth it for others, maybe not. Had a lot of quality of life updates, and shrooms are a cool addition. The location is pretty cool too. The mafia pisses me off. They'll jump out and start attacking me in front of the police. The police helping me, they stand there. When I attack the thugs, the police will chase after me. At the police and the mafia running after me? Yeah, that sounds fucking awful. I hate that. I mean, it sounds like there's some cool stuff. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, I hate when, like, I don't know. It's like the mafia makes sense, and like them sending thugs makes sense. Like there's a degree of like, okay, this is all logical. And then for it to just be like, oh yeah, but the police don't care. Like there's clearly like a AI disconnect. They just like don't give a shit about it. I hate that. Like, and I know it adds like a level of like, oh yeah, like this is, you know, I hate to call it realism because like it's Schedule 1. It's a very silly game, but it is almost a degree of like realism. Only to fuck it up by being like, yeah, the police don't actually care. No reason mafia pays off the cops. And that's fine, but like, is that actually a lore reason, or is that just something you're making up right now? Because if that was like an established thing, okay, sure. I mean, still doesn't really make sense, but sure. So what the fuck am I looking for here? I'm just like aimlessly scrolling through. Yeah, what am I looking for here? Hold on. Let's look at the like player. Actually, no, component hitbox. I want to look at. What did I set this up for? I didn't even set that up with the thing. Collision hitbox, collision shape 2D. So I think I can just give this a component hitbox that I've established. Which I'm relying really heavily on doing this, but this is one of the first things I created. So I don't actually know that this is a very useful like secondary node that I have a custom node. Maybe, but I made it up. My excuse if I made the game. Yeah. Well, that'd be cool if it was like a lore thing. Maybe not necessarily like the cops are just gonna fucking join in and beat the shit out of you, like if you fight them. But maybe that like they don't care about jumping out and like trying to fuck you up in front of the cops, and the cops just ignore it. Right? At least kind of like turn the other way, kind of thing. I could see that being, yeah, okay, fair enough. But them joining in just seems like poorly coded NPCs. And if that's not a defined reason, then you know what the fuck, man. I need a collision shape 2D. So collision shape 2D. And we're gonna give this a circle. Transform. Okay. So can we do like dropped item? Okay. So I'm gonna turn the display capture back off, just in case I need to pull up something and look something up. I don't want you guys seeing all my porn tabs. Gotta be reasonable. Okay, so I think what I can do. So basically, the way I've got this set up right now is that this dropped item class that I've made takes in a stat item, which is a resource. So I can give it like a weapon or a consumable or whatever the fuck that I've derived from my items resource, or from my stats items resource. It takes that in. It also takes in. I guess I should actually. Well, I don't need to export it. Never mind, because everything's gonna be pretty much the same anyways. I've also given it a pixel size, so it's 25 pixels wide. Is the idea. And anything that is larger or smaller will get scaled to 25 pixels. So that's basically what this load item does. So it checks if the item is null, and it sets the texture to the item's icon. And then it, you know, go ahead and declares a new scale, which it sets to 1 by default. And then checks if the texture is null or not, which actually I guess I should check and see if icon is null. So if it tries to reference icon and it's null, then that might be a problem, but whatever. It's fine at the end of the day, so if you have access to the sewer system, you get away quickly. Alright, I mean, I guess so, but still kind of annoying. Recently, I actually, because I DM'd you as well, I've been thinking about playing more Project Zomboid. I played it with Jeff, who is a buddy of mine who's been in chat before. I'm sure you're vaguely familiar. Since the Build 42 multiplayer stuff came out, we played a little bit of multiplayer. It's like an hour or two. It's very, very, very minimal. But just in playing that, I was like, man, I kind of want to play fucking Zomboid again, just a little bit. The game pisses me off on a lot of fronts. But there is something like undeniably charming about it. So I don't know. Wish it was a little better. That's all. But anyways, I was thinking about playing it again. I probably will play it again, if not on stream, then maybe off stream or something. You run out of graffiti spray and remover, and the only way to get the cartel off your area is getting clients or beating them up. Adding the police into that mix is impossible. Yeah, no, that sounds fucking excruciating. Can you still like kill all the police though? Like if you kill like the 5 police officers on the whole map, are they just like done for the day, or do they actually like spawn back in and stuff? Now do they send reinforcements? Also, okay, so we set our scale here. We check if it's null. We get the width of the texture, and we see if it's greater than the height. So basically, we're seeing which one is larger, because we want to scale the larger one down to 50. So if we have like a 50 and a 20, you know, it's a 50 by 20, we want to scale by the 50. We want to scale by the 20, because the 20, if we scale by the 20, it's going to make it like, you know, weirdly small sometimes. Most of the time I should be using square textures anyways, but this is just in case. Haven't gotten guns, haven't done mass shooting. Gotta get on that. Some American you are. For legal reasons, that was a joke. Yeah, some American you are. Okay, so what I want to do, I think I want to do basically the same thing, but with this collision shape. I've set this collision shape. It's default quite small, but I'm betting I can do something similar. So I'm wondering if okay, so what if we say like for say like pickup shape, because this is ultimately going to be used for picking up items. So like pickup shape says a collision object. Is it a collision object or collision shape? Actually, hold on. So this extends an area 2D. So if we just do the area 2D, the component hitbox, I think that makes more sense. Just set this to component hitbox. Okay, so that'll go ahead and assign the pickup shape. And then we'll say let's do something like this. Let's just copy this whole thing. Now, a smarter person would probably make this like some sort of function that I can just shove stuff in and do all that, but I'm not going to. At least not yet. If it becomes more of a problem, or if I care more, then I will. But so now here's the question. It should do the same thing, but with now the pickup shape, which is designated as the component hitbox. You started getting another update? I did, yeah. I saw a thing on, it's recommended on my YouTube, from Concerned Ape. It's like 10 years of Stardew or some such, and also a new romance option, I think. Which I didn't watch the thing, but I saw somebody was talking about it, and I'm pretty sure it's Clint, right? You can romance Clint now. I don't know why you would ever want to do that, but kind of neat, I guess. Alright, we're just gonna reuse this new scale variable, which is probably not good practice, but I just mainly want to see if this works how I expect it to work. Okay, so make sure the pickup shape is not null. It gets the width and it gets the height, which honestly, these should be the same. I probably don't need to go through this whole rigmarole, because out of the box, these should be exactly the same. Which, yeah, actually, you know what? Let's do that. So we're just going to say... Okay. Now the only problem is I don't... Hold on. Let's give this a circle shape cast. Okay, no, that's not what I'm looking for. Polygon 2D? Is that what I'm... I just want to draw a circle, man. That's all I'm looking to do. Give guy a break. Image texture, gradient texture, what the fuck? Greenhouse is working on 1.7. Oh shit. Okay, that I did not see. I don't know if this does the thing that I want it to do. Clint and Sandy? Really? Okay. Sandy I kind of get. Clint, I'm like, whatever. You know, it's not high on my list of people that I would want to romance. Or more power to the people that do, but not for me. Okay, let's try it this way. So I'm gonna say, let's just print out the pickup shape. Get width? Assuming, no, that is not even a thing I can get. Size? Nope. Okay, hold on. Oh, can I do collision shape 2D? Can I do it on? Nope, can't do it on that either. Okay. What can I do on this? Shape? Shape? Shape get width? No. Apply scale, composition. Can you get like a size? No. Okay. Corvus is next, I can feel it. Can't you already, I mean, it's not like a proper romance, but like you can already like make, I mean, good friends with Corvus. He removes it as a roommate. I don't know what else to call it. Platonic friends, I guess. Or unless you want to like fuckable Krobus mod. You think Krobus has like a cloaca or something, or what do you think he's got down there? Plug the Krobus minigame? It'd be big. Let's see. Check area 2D size. Running a quick Google. Hold on. Circle shape 2D, which is what I'm using. Okay. Collision shape.shape.radius. Oh, okay. That makes slightly more sense. I guess the radius is fine. It might lead to some weirdness with, yeah, like certain parts of the hitboxing, but that's fine. It's fine for right now. Okay, so that makes it a little bit easier. So instead of that, we can say, we said that collision shape 2D dot shape dot radius. So what if we print that? No, I'll get. Oh, whoops. Okay, right, because I still have that, and that's not a thing that actually exists. So let's comment that out and just go from here. Okay, 10. 10 is what it's set at, which seems about right, you know. But we want that to be. Being platonic with Krobus is crushing my spirit. I'm so sorry. What can we do to fix this? You think there's like, should we do a looking up Krobus porn on Rule 34 stream? What do we think about that? What if I pivot to looking up Krobus porn and cranking my hog on stream? Thoughts? Alright, instead of this being the component hitbox, we're going to say that this is the collision shape. Actually, can I do this from... Hold on. We're going to leave that and just... Okay. Right, okay. Oh, right, because I also... Oops. Let's just pretend that didn't happen. Okay. What? Oh yeah, okay. So I can't see the shape off of just the component box. That makes sense. I figured it couldn't, but I wanted to check. Okay. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to say this is an area 2D, or actually is this? No, because this should be a collision shape 2D. Oops. Right? Yeah. And then here we can say pick up. Get out of there. Pick up shape, set to that. And then new scale. Actually, we can just totally remove this print because now we know that this returns that. So I think it should be something like that. And then we'll actually say print. Now I'll actually print the radius and see what it says. Still 10, huh? Okay. Crafting table part 2. Yeah. Should I drop some Krobus porn in the Discord, do you think? Yeah, 1.25. So this starts at 1, which we don't actually need to do that because I'm not going to adjust that. Well, let's leave it as is, though. So this should be 1.25, 1.25. Okay, so it's just not updating. Okay, I don't know why that's like that, but shape dot. Yeah, no, that's still showing us 10, which shouldn't be the case unless I can set the radius. Maybe that's what I should be doing. So what if I say, oh, no, actually, let's just comment that out for now, just in case. Let's say pick up shape dot radius. I know there's probably a way to do this in one line, but I'm just gonna do it how I know how to do it. Would also help if I spelled radius right. Okay, now it does it properly. Okay, that works. Sure. About freaking about the Discord age verification? I did, yeah. I didn't really look too much into what the deal was, to be honest. It hasn't asked me to verify, which I'm sure is probably part of a staggered rollout to make it a little more palatable to people. But if it starts being like, hey, you gotta, you gotta send us like a picture of your ID or some shit, then I'm out. I'll just leave Discord. It's not. I don't like Discord that much. So, which I think is generally the sentiment that people have. I will not be sending a photo of myself or my ID or anything like that to any fucking chatting application. It just isn't gonna happen. Also, I've been kind of inconsistent with my naming here. Still works. 2.5. All right, we're gonna comment out this print. We'll leave that stuff there for now. Okay, so now we have a hitbox collision shape Uzi what's it that is scaled properly to have a radius of 12.5 in accordance with our pixel size that we have up here, which means that everything scales properly. And now we just need to have a player-based pickup, go to our player scene. We need to set this up in such a way that when we cross over a dropped item, that our character picks it up and it goes into our inventory. That's our next logical step, I think. Okay. I'm gonna take a breather and eat some pieces of chicken while I think about it. Yeah, do you were you freaking out about the Discord verification stuff or no? What were your thoughts on it? I imagine you're already typing to tell me, but I'm gonna ask anyways. No, you did your research? What does that mean? Is it not really as bad as people were freaking out and saying then? Is that the implication? You don't verify your age on Discord, your label's a teen? Yeah, but doesn't that, like, restrict you in some aspects, or no? Or does it just not actually matter? I mean, I don't really want to be labeled as a teen anyways. Especially, like, can people see that? I don't know. That feels almost detrimental. And granted, I guess anybody could carry the label, so it's not, you know, having people flagged as teens sounds a little questionable. Let's add a new child node. We're gonna name this one. Actually, can we just reuse our component hitbox? No, I feel like I should make a new thing. Let's make a new thing. So let's have this be an area 2D. We are going to rename this as component. Say item pickup. Item pickup. We are gonna say. Well, I guess we can go give it like a circle area. I think that probably makes the most sense. And we can save it as that as well. Give this what, a collision shape? Yeah. Collision shape. Get a circle shape. Okay. That's fine. Oh shit. How's it going, Pepe? Glorp. I dropped a glorp on me. He's in here glorping in my chat. Remember correctly, all it does hold new messages from people you aren't friends with or in a server with. You can't join servers if they're marked not safe for work or 18+. You can't view not safe for work channels without verifying. Okay. I mean, I still don't really like that, but I guess it's not that bad. It probably wouldn't affect me enough to be like, I'm gonna like leave Discord, but I don't love the idea, but as far as my day-to-day uses on Discord, it's probably it would have no effect, so whatever, I guess. No, is what it is. Steamy Glorp, yeah. Big ol' Steamy Glorp. But it's not even subbed anymore as well. I was gonna say you could drop a Glorp chat. That's kind of like a Steamy Glorp, but very tragic. Here you go. I'll drop a Glorp chat for you. Yeah, hope you're having a good day, Pepe. Also, don't feel obligated to resub based on my comment. Just is an observation. You don't actually have to. But I hope you're having a good day. We're working on a little bit of game stuff. You're broke bitch right now. Totally fair. Totally fair. I get it. So, okay. So we have this built in... Actually, no, that's for health. We have a built-in damage function for our hitbox, but it doesn't mean that we need to use it. So we can actually, like, sort of build multiple things. Or no, actually, we're doing a totally separate thing. I'm an idiot. Don't listen to me. So we go to our player here. So we're just going to leave this as 10. And then let's attach a script. So component item pickup. Fine. Class Actually, what if I, let me look at my naming convention component. Okay. Component, item, pickup. Help if I actually put class name as well. Okay. So we're gonna say, do this. I'm gonna ponder this for a moment. There was this claim that age verification was leaked. 80,000 IDs and faces were leaked, but it wasn't the third-party platform they used, but Discord themselves. Okay. I mean, that sounds worse, right? I don't know. This is the third-party verification uses AI to verify your face. It can be wrong. Make a ticket with Discord where everything was leaked. They didn't delete the IDs or faces from the server after the tickets closed. Oh, woof. Yeah, that's I mean, that's not great. That's not a great look. I mean, even more incentive to not have that be the standard. So, my credit card information too, since they didn't delete that either. Holy fucking yikes, dude. That's awful. But, you know, if I ever got into this situation, I wouldn't be fucking giving them my credit card info or photos of my ID or anything either. I'm not saying people deserve to have that, but, like, come on. Don't give that shit to Discord. You know, get real. Okay, so I've got our thing here. So we're just, because I want this to be reusable, right? So I guess what I should do, so what if we have this take in the sprite, it checks how big the sprite is, and then it scales it appropriately. Which I could technically just set this manually, but I'm trying to, like, I don't know, I guess for the sake of testing, maybe we just set it manually. Could say like, I'll just say 40. It's slightly larger, but that's fine. Once we make sure it works, maybe we'll actually give it proper scaling. Okay. And then we need to say, we only want this to scan on, and I've already set up a thing for this. Okay, so that's all visibility crap. We want to do from this here, because 5, yeah, is items on the ground. And actually, I don't think we need, we don't need the mask set, right? No, we do need the mask set. We don't need the player set. I think that's right. Let's try it that way. Okay. And then from here, we're gonna go into the script. We're gonna say, we can go into signals, and I want to use area entered or body shape entered. I forget. Let me look at the hitbox thing, or is it Iron Sword? Link component hitbox area entered. Yeah. So. Area body shape entered. I think physics or map, physics 2D body or tile map, area shape, collision shape 2D. Yeah, okay. I think we want this one. Area shape entered. Area enters this. this is not looking like what I thought. $2D. No 2D. One component hitbox area entered. So this is based on our component hitbox area entered. Oh, right. Okay, I see why. Okay. Let's disconnect that. So I did do area entered. I'm a fool. So we do want to do it from this. We just want to get the area. Then we're going to say if area.has method, I think. Doesn't seem to want to. Keep referencing this. Why not? It has method, and then whatever other crap it is for that. Actually, no, because what are we even checking from this side of things? Okay. I didn't think on that for a minute. The reason all that was leaked because Discord outsourced employees company for bare minimum. Some dude bribed one of the employees for $500 and logged onto his account and downloaded everything. Thoughts on Discord age verification is harmless for now. Make millions of people who share and distribute child porn in Discord for possibly doing it to get their ID or face. Yeah, I mean, I guess you're right, yeah. I mean, yeah. I guess they don't really have a good way to monitor that for, like, private chats or conversations. I'm also just like, I don't know. Is that like a significant enough portion of the user base for like Discord? Like, I don't know. I'm sure the same shit happens on 100 other, you know, chatting and communication platforms, and I'm just like, no. Limits harmless stuff, but it could spiral into something worse. Right, exactly. I'm just like, at what point do we feel like we've crossed that line? You know, is this a significant enough problem that it needs to be resolved through age verification enforcement? You know, it's like, I don't know, it's a huge problem. How do you know that? You elaborate on that? All right, so instead of checking if this has method, maybe we instead check. Hold on, let's see what else we can check. On area entered. Area 2D. So this spits out an area 2D. But this doesn't seem to. Oops. Oh, weird. Here we go. Has method. Signal has user signal is class. Okay. Let's say instead maybe we'll do like is class. We'll say that this is based on our dropped item class. Right. Then after if block. Oh, it's because I see. So if I do, okay. Great, that's fine. Then now we're gonna say export var inventory. Component inventory. We're going to say that. So, crossing into this area, if the area that it sees is a dropped item class, which is the class that we're using for our dropped items on the ground. And inventory is not null. So inventory set, we pass a dropped item. We're going to say inventory, add item, area, item stats. And it will have an item stats if it's a dropped item. Okay. I think that's kind of all we need to do, interestingly enough. Or not. Okay, hold on. Print item added. They don't say like item picked up. Okay. Does not seem to do what I want it to do. Oh, is it because... Did I not set this to be a thing? Hold on. This needs to be on 5. So it's not mask on 5, but it needs to be on layer 5. And then this guy is mask on 5. I think... No. Okay, apparently not. Let's see if this is getting called at all to start with. Let's say print item detected. Okay, so it's seeing the item, but it's not getting to actually pick it up. Why is it not getting to pick it up? Is class dropped item, which should be the case. Oh, because it didn't set the inventory. Yeah, that would be why. Duh. Okay. So we set that to component inventory. Okay, still no dice. Interesting. Inventory. I can say this is queue free as well. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll make a remove function for that. Yeah. Later, what I'm about to say only proves my point and educational purposes only. Find a Predator server in 5 minutes on Discord. That's how big of a problem it is. Each of those servers, they have links to 10 other inside them. Such a problem that some servers are even paying YouTubers to promote them to children. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I guess it's not something that I'm privy to. It's not something that I would go looking for. Maybe that's part of the reason. I don't know. It's not really a problem, I guess. Yeah, I guess I'm just not in tune with that side of things. Thank fuck. Thank fuck that's the case. Geez, I guess if it's that big of a problem, then yeah, some extra steps might be good. You know? I'm also kind of like of the mentality that it's gonna happen anywhere online, I guess. I don't know. It's hard for me to point at and be like, Discord needs to fix this. Because ultimately it's you know, it can and does happen anywhere. So I'm just like, yeah, I mean, adding some extra layers of protection's not a bad idea. But also, like, that can only go so far, right? There needs to be some sort of, like, systemic, you know, fundamental change, I think, obviously in how people function in general. Like, why are people doing this in the first place? But, you know, probably never gonna get to the bottom of that. But, you know, I don't know, parents and shit probably need more like technical classes or some sort of you know, informational. They need to be a little bit more engaged with what their kids are seeing and doing and participating in online. I mean, I know that's an enormously hard thing to do, but like, You can't tell me there's no room for no room for some correction there. You know, come on. You can't tell me every parent is doing the absolute, maximum that they can, or even half of the maximum they can. I simply don't believe it. Okay, so this is saying. So is this not getting dropped item then? All right, let's split this up. So let's say, maybe we just put these on different ifs for right now. So this is gonna be, it's fine. Functionally, it's not really that different, but so say text dropped item, and then print not null. Actually, we'll see it'll say item picked up, I guess, if we get to that point, so I don't really need that. It's superfluous. Okay, so it doesn't even get to the first check. So this isn't even detecting that the class is a dropped item, which I guess, I guess actually I kind of see why. Because if we go over to world, and then we go to dropped item here, so the class for the dropped item isn't an area 2D. It's getting the component hitbox, which I guess, yeah, that makes sense. Because I've got this attached to the sprite. Nuts. Okay. So what if I say, like, can I get the parent? Does that work? Oh, oh God. It crashed. Okay. Your parent base object. Get parent? Obviously, yeah. Okay, we'll try it. Try it, and if this doesn't work, I'll look it up. Well, it doesn't crash. So that's something. It also doesn't work. Okay, let's see. Server that blackmailed children or sent news to them, told them to masturbate. Ugh. Okay, I don't even want to read that. You done talking about it? Yeah, that's fair. Jesus Christ. Ugh. Hate that was even in chat. I'm gonna purge your messages. That's gross. Jesus Christ. There. Horrible. Just horrible. Well, good to know, I guess. But it's good to be aware, but also, Jesus Christ. You need another piece of chicken. Okay. I don't know why this isn't detecting this. I'm gonna look it up. Let's see. There's probably a way to do what I'm wanting to do more elegantly. Will I be figuring that out? Who's to say? Okay. I guess. Okay. I think I've got to retool my dropped item here. So I think what I need to do is I need to recreate this not using component hitbox. Instead, set the script and everything to be... Yeah, okay. I'm not a fan of this, but let's... I'm not a fan of it because it's a pain in the ass, not because it's not smarter. So let's do this. For one, I'm gonna go ahead and just grab this. Just for now. And we're gonna say instead, add a child node. It's gonna be an area 2D. We're gonna rename this to... because we already have that named as dropped item. Let's just rename it to dropped item old. Name that to dropped item old too. Rename you to dropped item. Then we're gonna add a area 2D, or no. Yeah, no. Yep, collision shape. Collision shape 2D. And then we're also gonna add a sprite. We're just changing the structure of this a little bit. And instead this is gonna be its own standalone thing, which I think makes more sense. Yeah. I think makes more sense. We're gonna give it that. We are going to because this is already named dropped item. Dropped item was renamed you. Let's just say old. Attach a script to you, dropped item. Spins area 2D, which is fine. That's in dropped item. So taking a stats, do all the same stuff. Texture's not declaring current scope. Yeah, because we're not working with the sprite anymore. So what if we say... var sprite is equal to sprite 2D. We're going to say sprite.texture. So we just grab the sprite variable. Texture not declare. Oh, I see. There. Okay, a little messy, but I want to get it working before we clean it up. Okay, so now this thing exists, and instead, I'm gonna go ahead and delete the old. Dropped item old. Delete. Yeah. Then under the item here, we can drag in. Oop. Set item. Perfect. And this should just work pretty much functionally the same. Yeah. In fact, can I just... Okay. I was hoping maybe I could just do it. God, if only. Okay. So now I've got this as dropped item. So for item pickup, jump over here. It's going to say, it knows that's a dropped item. We need to reset our collisions. So that needs to be on that layer, no mask. I mean, it probably wouldn't matter if I said it, but... Okay, doesn't actually seem to care about that still. Disable mode. Okay, so let's say look at the item pickup here. This is a component inventory assign. I'll jump over to player. Component inventory. And then but counters this. Gotta re-troubleshoot some of this stuff because we're kind of restarting. Say seize item. Oops. So it does see the item, at the very least. When it gets to here, it's not detecting the class of this area we've got set up is dropped item. Which, I mean, I don't really know what to do about that. Thinking maybe we just have to identify it a slightly different way. Let's see. Let's see, is class. Returns true, returns true. Oh, we don't need to set this to get parent anymore. That's, yeah, that might have some effect on it. Duh. Okay. Actually, no, apparently not. Just getting this area, checking the class, dropped item. It doesn't seem to actually grab it, though. Is connected. No, that's not what I'm looking for. This method ignores class name declarations in the object script. Okay, yeah, that might be the fucking problem. Poof. Right, okay. So that's a bit of an issue. I don't really know. Let's see. See if anybody has a solution for this. Jesus, okay. This guy's saying if blank is. Is that legal? Can I do that? That would be swell. It crashes, nice. Good shit. Realize this property or key item stats on base object area 2D dropped item. Oh. Okay, you should have. Oh, because I'm trying to grab items. I'm okay. I see what the problem is. So I want to grab item, not item stats. Duh. So I want to do like that. Picked up. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, it worked. Okay, there's a little bit of jank, but it is working. It's a game of the decade. I could feel it. Yeah, I'm thinking so too. Okay, actually kind of huge though. So now we can say like area. Okay. Get rid of these prints because that actually does work exactly as we want it to. Is the Seahawk DLC dropping? Soon, trust. I'm thinking fiscal quarter 2 of 2026 is when the Seahawk DLC will drop. I'm projecting 10 million sales. Actually, you know, should be pretty good. Yeah, something like that. Huge. Yeah. Oh. I have so many iron swords. So many iron swords. Okay. Let's close that. Alright, one. The inventory thing is fucked. It is just like massively. I set the inventory limit to be 10 slots, and it is just like mad jumping the gun. And Glorp temporary team up. Yeah, it turns into like a buddy cop style of game. It's like Disco Elysium, but like worse in every possible way. Full disclosure, I've never played Disco Elysium, so that might be totally off base. But yeah. Okay. We've got our component inventory. We do our add item here. So we're adding the item stats. It's going to check if it has the UI and if the used capacity is lower than the total capacity. Which should be increasing that. Open, close. Let's print, instead of the inventory size, let's print our used capacity. Zero. Okay. Interesting. Why is that not... I need to do like after or something? Oh no. You know what did I just... the old-fashioned way. Maybe that'll help. Okay, yes. That is doing what I wanted to do now. I don't know why that didn't work before, but whatever. I'm not going to think too hard about that. So now, actually, that should just work. Okay. So it's saying UI not set, but that's not exactly what the problem is. So instead, let's split this up, and we'll say if that... indent that again. That's going to spit out there. And then else here, we're going to print and say inventory full. Okay. So now, yeah, okay, inventory is full. So it doesn't grab anymore. And we also want to set it up so that it doesn't... I'm so excited. We have like borderline a functional inventory system, which is going to be huge. Because once we have a functional inventory system, then I got to kind of work on like how it actually equips items and shit like that. But then once we have that, we can just start working on adding items and art and stuff, and like all this shit will just be in place and work. Because it's all like so generalized that I could just make resources for new things and shove it into the same stuff I'm already using, and it'll just work. Pretty exciting stuff, basically. What do I need to do? I'm blanking. I'm blanking. I'm so excited. Okay, so we'll go to our item pickup. For one thing, we want to make sure that the area is getting removed after it can get totally removed from the scene because we're picking it up. Please blank. I'm shooting blanks over here. Or actually, you know what? Here's what I want to do. So we're gonna go to inventory, and I want this to spit out a bool. Return false. Return false. I'm not doing this right. Hold on. Function with return. I haven't really used these very much. Oh, wait, I don't even need to, like, declare that? Okay. So if we do like that... Actually, you know what? I guess I don't need these to return false here. I can just say... Oops. Return false there. So that's a general fallback. If it gets to here, it'll return false and break. So I don't have to worry about that. Item pickup. So then we're gonna say, go here, add item. And if it does this, this will return true if it's successful. Right? So it's gonna try to do this statement. It'll return true if it can. If it cannot, then it won't run this line of code. And then we're gonna say area queue free, right? Which I think, so we look at here. There we go. So we picked it up and it went away. And then, furthermore, so I've been using this as a temporary thing, this inventory variable. Or no. Using PC control. Sorry. So I can just remove the item to add. And I can actually just totally get rid of this ready function. So now it's not going to add this item from the start. But when I walk over, there we go. All right, I'm pretty excited about that. I'm pretty fucking stoked about that. Okay, so to recap what we've just done, I know I was rambling and there's just a lot of nonsense. So now we have an inventory tied to our character, our glorp, through the component inventory thing, and it communicates with the component item pickup, and it says, okay, you ran over an item that is classified as a dropped item. You have inventory space, and this has all the correct methods and everything. Go ahead and pick this up and put it in your inventory, and now it has this stored as a resource on the character in my inventory. I just can't even describe how exciting that is. Also clean up some of this stuff a little bit, maybe just a touch. Okay, awesome. I'm thrilled with this. Okay, so component item pickup. Come worthy, actually come worthy, yeah. So a few things that I want to adjust. One being, I think we can set up a part of a script for the item pickup cash register noise. What the fuck is this music doing? Alright, take it easy. There. Jesus Christ. So one thing I want to do is set it up so that this pickup range, actually, I kind of want to set it up so that it automatically scales. Maybe unless I've manually set it or something. But I might wait on that because I feel like that's going to be a little bit more of a pain to do. And I don't think that I have to set this up for very many things. So I'm not going to worry about that right now. I do want to make this its own thing. So we're going to say save branch as seen, component item pickup. Save. Common parent is null. Reassign this to inventory. Should be fine. Let's make sure this still works. Yes, still works. Great. Okay. And then from our world side, we have this as our dropped item. We are going to say, go ahead and save this branch as a scene. Dropped item scene. Save. We've already given it the... yeah, okay, so that stays as the iron sword. Although actually... I can clear that. Wait, hold on. Let's open this as a scene. So we're going to reset that. So I think that should stay. I don't want that to always be item or iron sword. I mean, I can just change it at will, but I don't really want to have to struggle and do that. Oh, perfect. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. So now, in theory, we could create a new item, right? Give it dart, whatever. Drag in this dropped item scene. Just give it the resource, and then that would show up and be in our inventory and everything. And it's worth keeping in mind, too, that, like, if I pull this up, so, like, this iron sword that I already made has all of the information that it needs for it, right? So it's got, like, damage, it's got use time, it's got its own dedicated scene, it's got, you know, description, stackable, all these different things that I've added and can adjust as needed. So the fact that I can just sort of like do this, kind of huge. Okay, but anyways, I'm gonna push that back for now because I think next step is having some level of equipped whatever. Mushrooms take forever to grow. My condolences. I mean, do they sell a lot? Did they? Okay, hold on. Let me eat some chicken. I'm gonna revel in my glory. Do they sell for a lot? And also, did they fix the thing where like every new drug is just better than the old one? Because there was a bit of a thing before where it was like, once you got the ability to make meth, growing like weed wasn't really like it's not really worth. You know, it's just like what's the point? Get more money out of cooking meth and shit, or like cocaine. Once you get to that, like cocaine just sells for more. Like, why would you not just, you know? I don't know if that makes sense, but sells as much as meth. Okay, that's like a comfortable mid tier. I almost wish there was some kind of like preferences or something. Maybe there are, just like behind the scenes, but for Schedule 1. Like some people like never do mushrooms or something. So if you really want to capitalize on everybody in the town, you're gonna have to have some variety. But at least last time I played, it seemed like you could just get everybody addicted to meth. Or, you know, cocaine or whatever. And just totally wring them dry. eating the crispy chicken bits from the bottom of the bag. Still the case, but also like, game, you have so much money, might as well sell every drug. I suppose so. All right, I mean, it's still fun to do it. It's just like, I don't know, if you want to be that guy, it's kind of like, you know, not really worth. Not really worth it. Anyways, okay. So let's go to our player. So here's the part where I'm a little hung up, and this is gonna be unfamiliar territory for me because a lot of what we've been doing is already, not stuff that I know about, but like somewhat familiar, at least. So this is gonna have to do with like animation stuff. Now, there's a couple of things, I guess, that I want to talk about. I'm verbalizing a lot, by the way, so I don't expect you guys to really respond or have an answer for me, but just to give you an idea of what's going on in my head and how I'm planning and approaching this. Basically, like when I run my thing, all right, and I have my little glorp here. I want there to be like, because I pick up this iron sword, right? I've got the iron sword in my inventory. I want to have like, obviously, like a character thing where you equip your sword or whatever, blah 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 blah. In the sword data, I would like sort of like an anchor point, like a hand grab point, if that makes sense. And then similarly on my character, have like a hand grab point and have those two things get lined up. So if I have the iron sword, it will, line it up for that. Maybe if I make like I don't know, a spear style weapon or something, it would also, I could just put the hand thing for that, and maybe it would be, kind of like angled or something, and maybe further up the spear, something like that. At least that's how I'm envisioning it in my head. If anybody has any good suggestions or thoughts, feel free to pitch in. But that's kind of how I'm imagining that it would work, because each of these has to be their own like standalone scene style of thing. Actually, you know what? I guess it kind of doesn't. I could base this totally on the player scene, and then make it its own scene later, and then that way it's, well, yeah, but if I do that, then I gotta think about like scaling shit, and I guess I have to think about that anyways. Okay. Okay. Just thinking. I think streams are great. Hook people, no base effects, and mixing will work good with it. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of neat then. God, just talking about schedule 1 kind of makes me want to futz around on it a little bit. We'll see. Maybe that'll be a upcoming stream or something. I did mention wanting to go back and play Zomboid as well, since the recent updates. So let's look at this here. So this is our current Iron Sword scene, and I've got this sort of like pivot point here. I think that maybe what I can do is something like this. So if I go here, I'll add a child node, which you guys can't see with me actually doing this, so I will pop that open, clear the sprite here. So I just want this to be like, yeah, like a marker 2D. Let me say like, let's say like 30 and 25. Okay. So now, what if we said like, thinking. What do we go to component inventory? And what do we have for signals here? Okay, what about canvas layer? Or grid container, actually. Mouse entered. GUI input. When node receives an input event. What the fuck that means? Node gains focus. Or what about our inventory item, actually? Got our front panel here. Resized. Theme changed. I don't know what it means by input event. Let's check that real quick, because that might do what I'm thinking. Because the idea here is that, so I've got it set up so that I'm picking up this inventory item, right? And obviously is an iron sword, whatever. Basically, I'm thinking if I can add this to our existing inventory item, a thing to just be like, hey, oh geez, hold on. Sorry, I'm still in display capture. That's gotta be fucky. Sort of like, hey, okay, we got this. I double click on it. You know, it'll go through and check and say, hey, is this a weapon? You know, does it have all the appropriate stuff? It does. Great. Go ahead and instantiate a scene, and then assign that to the marker. Like put it on the marker, and then set it to be, you know, whatever it needs to be. The only thing I can think with that is that we okay, because this would be a script on the inventory item itself, it would need to see, presumably, well, actually, no, that would be fine, I think. No, because it would spit it back and it would say, hey, check this, and then under player, I would have probably a component like equipment or something like that. And then it would handle all of the equipping, you know, checking where the marker is, whatnot. But how do I communicate from the inventory item to here to say that it should be doing that? And I guess that's kind of an issue. I could set it, yeah, I could set it so that it, in the actual, I think, component inventory, whenever it sets this new item, it assigns the value under that. Right, because this grabs item UI, which is our grid container, under the component inventory, and sets that there. But we could say, maybe, actually, what? Yeah, okay, so this would be at surface level. Component inventory. So we could set maybe like a signal or something. Okay, I think this is doable. We can make this work. I don't know if it's gonna be the best way to do it, but we can make it work. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So let me continue what I was doing. So from this front panel, we want to get this GUI input. So let's see, Godot GUI input. What is this input event? What can I get out of this? Can I detect it as like a double click or something? So let's say here, let's just start playing with it. Let's connect. Yeah, it spits us out an event. Okay, so we can just use it as a straight up input. Oh, okay. Oh, that's okay. That is versatile. I like that. That's not too bad. And this is specifically if it's on this node. So can I say like this is just a double click or something? Is action. A mouse button, double click. Yeah. Okay. So if we say like if event is action. Okay, take it easy. Exact match is false. I don't really care about doing all that. So do I just say like double click? Like that? I mean, let's try it. Let's just say like print double click. Okay, grab that. Oh, I'm getting a bunch of debugs. Uh-oh. Errors. Double click doesn't exist. Okay, so I guess it's not that. Okay, just need to say like true. Just not like that. You meet up with a distributor, I wouldn't say impossible, very difficult to have employees do it. Okay. Sounds like another logistical challenge, although I didn't feel like the logistics was that bad to deal with before. But it seems like they've added a lot of features to iron that out, so I say it's difficult for to have employees do it, but I feel like it wouldn't be that bad. Action string name. Let me see. Okay, what the fuck is this? I understand how to let the code. Okay, so let's say like if event is input event mouse button and event X. Mouse button left. Button left. And oops. Event. Double click. Allegedly, this can work. Sure enough. Okay. But let me see if I can understand why exactly this needed to be written like this. So first is checking if the event is a mouse button event, which makes sense. Make sure it's the left mouse button, which makes sense. And then it checks if it's a double click event. If I omitted the left mouse button, so if I just cut that, could I do it with a right click? Is that? Oh yeah, sure enough. Look at that. Okay. You know what? I guess that makes sense. Sure enough. Continue. We'll be able to have more than 3 shroom stations grow every day. It's very limiting, unlike weed and meth. Okay, so I mean, what's the big draw for shrooms then, other than just like funsies? Okay, so the script we're working on is here on the inventory item itself. And it's gonna say, hey, throw out a signal when an inventory item is left clicked. I say throw out a signal, but that's kind of the idea. We haven't actually implemented that yet. These inventory items are going to be placed under our component inventory, specifically in the grid container. It might be the worst drug in the game. Okay. All right. Interesting. That's pretty neat. Actually, you know what? I think I can say... Can I say from the grid container? Yeah, GUI input. So I could do it from the grid container instead of on every single item. But could I get, for example, could I get what it's actually looking at? Probably, but good for free samples like weed. So if you're already mass drawing weed, you know, like shrooms, could bag you those and hand them out. Okay. Fuck with that. I'm a big fan of handing out drugs in Schedule 1 specifically. Wink. So I think if we try to do it from up there, we're gonna have the same or a similar problem. Also, they think this is a good learning experience to figure out how exactly all of the shit sticks together. Okay, so let me think. I like to manage the Schedule 1 more than anything. Yeah, I like the managing part. I like the running around and wheeling and dealing. I think that's personally where the game shines the most, is when you have like a lot of deals to do and you have to like measure out your like, you know, like, okay, I need how many ever jars of this, how many ever baggies of that, and like now I need to go do my drug run and, you know, hit 10 deals at once or whatever. I think that's the most fun part of the game for me. I mean, I like setting up so like everybody has their little jobs and stuff too, and, you know, working with the employees and whatnot, but something about manually running drugs is pretty fun. I don't want to do it for 100 people. I like that you can sort of allocate, you know, customers to your dealers, but, you know, I do like doing it for a select few. Just kind of fun, in my humble opinion. Dealers can do 2 more customers now? Hell yeah. I assume they added more customers too, right? I presume. I don't know. Maybe not. Okay. I want to like listen on this, right? So I've got the inventory item. I want to like listen for when this throws out a signal, because I know I can set up a thing so that it like emits a signal when this happens. And I can do it in such a way that it sends the stat item like up. But I don't know if that's the best way to handle this. Honestly, it might be better to handle it in the component inventory, because this has our actual like backend inventory and the UI all in one go. So maybe how do we... Okay. Let's do this. Okay. It's connected to here. And on the individual inventory item, we're just going to pull this whole thing. We're going to disconnect that. Save. Go over to component inventory. Okay. So now this should do the same thing, but it's doing it actually on this sort of inventory layer. Or not. Very cool. Grid container GUI input. Or maybe it needs to be the panel? Or the canvas? No, panel. Okay, let's try to do it on the panel, actually. Let's say the grid container. Oh, you know what? It's not even showing as... Did I disconnect the wrong thing? Hold on. It did. Okay. That's why. I'm a fucking fool. Okay. Disconnect that. Connect you. Connect. Grid container. Signal coming in. That should be fixed. Panel mouse over. That looks fine. Okay. So now it should work. Yeah. Okay. So it's doing it anywhere. But it does not do it on the item? Interesting. That's a bit of a problem. Okay, if I do it from the panel, it doesn't work on that. So let's disconnect from there. Link it here. Throw that there. We can just scrap that. Okay, it still works as expected. Still doesn't work on the item. Okay. What the fuck? Only has more customers, and if devs want to add more to the city, it will be sometime. Yeah. There's an artist joining in March. Oh. We need a dev last couple months. Things speed up sometime. Yeah. It's going to take a little while for everybody to get onboarded. But that's pretty exciting news then. Hell yeah. Yeah, I've been thinking I need to redo some of the art for my little project here, because obviously it's a little questionable. I would love to make, so obviously instead of using like a glorp fucking PNG, I think I want to make a 32 by 16 pixel art of glorp, and like it's like a little guy, you know, and he's got like the little antennas kind of coming up off of him. I don't know. I think I could make it fairly easily, knock on wood, and fairly cute as well. So just kind of what I'm going for. Yeah, art's tough. I'm glad. I mean, but I also think that least Schedule 1. It has a kind of fun, stylized look. I mean, it doesn't look like good, but it doesn't really strike me as a game that's meant to look good. I sort of like how dookie it looks. I don't know, it's just fun. It's, again, kind of stylized. So I fuck with it. But we'll see. We'll see what the, see what the art stuff amounts to, at least. So. Okay, so now we're running into a problem where, so this double click works here, allegedly. Okay, yeah, it does work fairly consistently. Good. And we grab the thing, but it doesn't work on the actual sword in the inventory, which is a little bit of a problem. Can we go here and go to our inspector? Can we make sure that like this is always on top or some shit? Top level. Can we set that as top level? Will that solve it? No. No, it doesn't solve it. Okay, great. Show behind parent. It's going to draw us behind its parent. Let's try that as well. Okay, I mean, I wouldn't expect that to fix it, but... Clip children? I don't know what the fuck that means, I'm gonna be honest. Okay. Let me look it up. Made a quick Google. I get the object I'm clicking on. Yeah, that sounds pretty accurate. Doesn't exactly seem like what I'm looking for. Jeez. All right. Also, Podu, how's the book stuff going? I know last time we chatted, you had some concerns about, not wanting to really show it to people, which is still fine. But I'm just curious if you've made any progress, or if there's been any developments, We're gonna check which child of a container was clicked on. Interesting. Okay, I mean, I don't really like the idea, but I think I can figure out something that works. So I could go back to having it detected by the inventory item itself, and then sort of like go up the tree and report back to the component inventory. Or you know what? Hold on. Can I do... couple of ideas. Your week's bunch of short stories, and your short story writing looks completely different. It feels more stiff when you write a book. You're trying to fix that? Interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't think that it would make that much of a difference, but I guess if you're feeling like I don't know, like pressured to, I don't know, for like in like a short story to keep it expeditious or something, you know, like you're trying to tell it in a smaller time frame or something like that. Maybe I could see it then, but I'm glad you've at least had a couple of ideas, though. It's not totally, you know, totally deflated your want. Yucks. All right, I'm in a bit of a pickle here. But yeah, creating shit is hard though, for what it's worth. So, I mean, I think you can probably work at it and improve your short story skills. But it's just gonna take, it's gonna take time and practice. I've been trying to really repeat that mantra to myself when it comes to working with Godot and making game stuff. It's just like, it feels like such a slog sometimes. Like I get like a couple of smaller features done, like we just sorted out some of the inventory stuff, and I'm like, okay, that's awesome. Like, I did some inventory stuff, and like, now it actually works, and I can pick up an item, and cool, and that feels like so great. And then I'm like looking at the grand scope of it, and I'm like, fuck, man, there's so much that I have to do. And every little thing just feels like it's, I don't know, feels like a mountain. So, but I'm trying to just a little bit at a time gain an understanding, The book, I try to map it out by chapter with short stories. I want to be around 1 or 2 chapters in length. The stiff comes from me not writing how I usually do. Yeah. If I imagine it would feel very compressed, which would, give it more of like a stiffness or almost a less flowery. It could be you're adding less details. It's more to the point. But, I could think that way. Like, yeah, I wrote 10 pages. All of it's stiff and the pace is weird. Yeah, it's very easy to be critical, I think. But I think also that you kind of have to, and I don't know that I have a good way of doing so, but you have to get into this mentality of like, I did something, I did some stuff. Because in a similar vein, like I'm like, okay, I'm writing all this stuff, and I'm making all these little things, and it's all these little components, and it constantly feels like there's more to do, and I'm trying to give myself credit where I can, but there is that similar feeling of, man, some of this looks like shit. Like, some of this looks like shit. I know some of it can be done better. I know my organization is horrible. I know that like this is not A+ work. But I'm also like, I don't, and I guess maybe this is where a gap could come between the two when it comes to what you're doing and what I'm doing. is like I feel like I have a knowledge gap. Like I can't do things right the first time because I just don't know how to do things. Right? I'm trying to give myself that leeway and be like, I I am not an expert. I clearly am lacking this skill set, but nevertheless I'm doing something. And that's worth something, because now I'm at least a little bit more knowledgeable. Now if I were to redo this whole project, I would be able to do it, maybe not like perfectly still, but faster and almost certainly better. um so it's I don't know, it's a very unstable, uncertain process. I think. I don't know if a similar mentality can be applied to what you're doing, but that's how I try to think about it with this stuff, at least. It's like, I don't know. Clearly I don't have the skill set needed to make this perfect. But I'm still trying, I'm still doing it, and I'm still learning. And it's gonna take fucking forever, and it's gonna be painful. And that fucking sucks, but I'm still learning. still progressing. Just dragging along. Painfully. I look at it, sometimes when I read shit 10 pages of a short story, I try to look at a romance novel and realize how much better my worst version of writing is compared to that post novel. Maybe you could do that with prior software's code. Maybe, yeah. You might be right. Maybe I could. I think it also doesn't help that, like, he's working in a totally different engine. He's working in a totally different engine, and I don't mind dogging on him, but I also, like, I don't know what the fuck Game Maker's about, which I'm pretty sure is what he's using, right? So Godot might be a totally different beast for all I know. I mean, I can still, like, look at some of his practices and be like, man, that's terrible, but it's hard to one for one, I guess, is my point. Also, I try not to watch too much of anything of his. I went on a kick for like a week where I was just watching every video essay and slander that I could, because I was feasting because I don't like the guy. But aside from that, I've not really kept up too much with anything going on with him, which is probably the best thing, honestly. Maybe. Trying to think. I was out of mana. What was I supposed to do? No. Wait. Yeah. God. I mean, there was that whole debacle. There was, like, his fucking game stuff. There was him, like, I mean, he obviously, like, doubled and tripled down on that whole thing, too. There was him just being, I don't want to get too far down the rabbit hole, but just a fucking pompous dickhead about, like, everything. He's like the fucking definition of a know-it-all. Just insufferable. And it's like, I don't know. I remember seeing his shorts and shit like a couple years back when he really, like, blew up originally. And not that I full disclaimer, I'm not that smart of a guy when it comes to game dev or anything like that, but it was a lot of, like, game dev shorts, and it's like him just talking about shit and me watching and being like, I don't know dick about shit when it comes to game dev, but I know that you're full of it. Like, I can watch the short being presented to me and be like, this doesn't, like, what he's saying doesn't make sense functionally. Like, I don't even need to know how to fucking code a game to know that what he's saying just doesn't make any fucking sense. So I don't know. My bullshit meter was already kind of ticking at that point, but I was like, whatever, I'm just not gonna engage. It's fine. Like, I'm just not gonna watch his shit. But I didn't like him from the get-go, basically. And so now when all this shit came out and that whole thing happened, I was like, yeah, fuck that guy, I'm feasting over here. Oh, he was a furry. We go into Reddit communities under his persona, cause giant drama within the spaces, and jump another ship. Yeah. Oh yeah, I watched all kinds of shit of him playing like it's like Ashes of Creation or whatever, and being a fucking sweat lord. His time on was it Eve Online, being a fucking sweat lord. His furry shit. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't care if you're a furry. That's not. I'm kind of a furry. I don't judge anybody for that, but I do judge people for making it weird and also being a pussy about it. So, you know, just want to make sure I'm clear on that line. Oh, Jeff sent me an image. Hold on. He sent me a Discord image. I'm gonna look it up on my phone. You're what? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh my god. Jeff sent me something horrible. But yes, worst kind of person. Just somebody who's just insufferable. Drives me nuts. Anyways, I digress. I'm getting distracted. Are you a furry? I think, okay, look. Depending on your definition and what you would classify as a furry, I would say that, yeah, I'm probably in the ballpark of a furry. Do I goon to furry porn? Sure, why not? I don't discriminate. Some of it's good. You know, that's fine. Do I have like a fursona? No. Am I interested in having a fursuit? No. Do I think anthropomorphic animals are kind of neat? Sure, sometimes. That's my stance, all right? That's where I'm at with it. I'm not gonna make it a key part of my personality, but I'll tug it to some furry shit. Also, I like how I said that and my mic went red. It capped out. It didn't like me saying that. What's cooking good looking? Oh, you know, just some stuff. Now we're talking about furries, Kingside. Also, I hope you're doing well. Oh, held message for reason. Smart detection beta. Get denied. Get the fuck out of here. Tail butt plugs or something. Cat ears or something are fun. Yeah, I would fuck with that. 100%. Just some, like, you know, it's like kink adjacent. The people who are like, I have like a full fursuit and I wear it places, I think are weird. You know, I think that's making it weird. When I say don't make it weird, that's what I mean. That said, I mean, I'm not gonna be like, ugh, you're a freak, but I'll be like, okay, that's kind of odd. I'll probably still like not really give a shit, but you know, I keep it pretty chill. I'd like to think. Anyways, how about them games? Also, hello, Myung. I hope you're having a good lurk. How about them games? Am I right? Fucking Christ. Pretty sure Podu has lost whatever modicum of respect they had for me. Look, man, I'm telling it like it is. Pittsburgh is low-key the furry capital of the East Coast. There's a huge convention here downtown, and they shut down whole blocks for them to walk around and do their shit. That's a little weird. It's a little weird. You know what? I'm not saying even people like can't do that. I'm not gonna be like, they shouldn't be doing, you know, I'm not gonna, but like, I'm just not gonna engage with it. That's fine. I think it's odd, and I don't really like, you know, I'm not gonna go hang out there. But whatever, you know. More power to them. For most people, it's not a sexual thing. It's whatever. Then they're fucking in those suits. That's where I draw the line. They fall on LARP being an animal and being a person in costume. Yeah, when they're like on their hands and knees and crawling around and stuff, it's weird. It gets weird, and I can't help but maybe it's because all I'm doing is tugging my shit. But like, You know, maybe just to me it feels like there's furry stuff has sexual undertones. You know, that it feels inherently a little bit sexual. Maybe that's on me. Maybe I'm wrong for that. But just throwing it out there. Anyways, I'm not doing payday things. Nice. I'm finally able to sit in my butt, smack down at 7, fix my hair. I'm watching it. Hell yeah. That sounds like a hell of a lot of fun, Myong. I hope SmackDown is good. Hope your hair fixing goes well. We're getting down the furry, no pun intended, the furry rabbit hole. Also, I'm at a bit of an impasse because I'm not really sure how to fix what I've done here. If anybody has any thoughts or ideas, please God help me. The furry is buying a 20,000 plus fursuit. All has sex inside them, no doubt about it. 100%. That's what I'm thinking. Like, if you're spending that much, if you're dedicated that much to being a furry, you're fucking in the suit. 100%. I feel like. Don't let me. You know. Maybe they don't. Maybe that's like super taboo. I wouldn't know. Not part of the community. But like, it's one of those things you can feel. That's all I'm saying. You can feel it a little bit. It feels inherently a little bit sexual. That's all. Which is fine, but just, don't gaslight me. Don't say it's not when it is. Anyways, I know they're gonna be good. Elimination Chamber is tomorrow night. I'll be honest, I don't really know what any of those things mean, but I'm excited for you. I can't tell you the last time I watched any sort of like wrestling or anything like that, which I'm assuming that's what that is. I'm pretty sure. If my vague old knowledge serves me. Yeah, okay, good. I was pretty sure, but then I was like, the more you described it, the more I'm like, oh, the less I know about it. I should clarify. Okay, but yeah. I hope it's good. Sounds like it will be. All right, I need some opinions. You don't necessarily need to know what's going on code-wise. But if anybody has any thoughts on how to approach this issue, please God help me. Basically, what I've got going on here, I've got this component inventory. Inside the component inventory, I've got this canvas shit and this grid layer. Under this grid layer, it assigns these inventory items, which have the information for whatever inventory item they represent. So if I run over and I pick up this iron sword, I have the iron sword here. I need to figure out how I can tell, presumably some future component related to equipping items. Hey, this thing has been double clicked, or some such. Basically, how can I get a signal of what this item is into another thing? Right now, the way I'm doing it, or trying to do it, is set it up so that the signal is going to come from the item itself. But if I do that, it's all the way buried under the grid container, which is then buried under this component inventory. And if I have because this is my player inventory, or my player tree, rather, I should say, my player scene. If I'm going to add a component for like equipables or equipment, separate from this component inventory, which is just general inventory storage, this needs to send a signal over with the information inside the inventory thing that was clicked, and say like, hey, this was clicked, can you equip this, blah 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 blah. So basically I need to send like a signal up the chain, as far as I'm aware. So I guess that actually kind of sounds more manageable when I say it out loud. Like sending a signal all the way up the chain until it reaches the component inventory in the player scene. Grok, answer him. Please, Grok. Please. We need your help. We need you in these trying times. Godot, send signal. Tree? Get out of here, Google. Get out of here, fucking Google AI. Okay, let me see. Not sure what's the best approach. This is my tree signal component. The following signals. Grok leaves you on red. No, 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 no. Okay, so I can connect signals via code. So what if I did like what if there was a part of the inventory item script, like when it updates the slot, that says that connects a signal going up to component inventory, which it would, you know, be placed in. That might be something. Keeper of the bag. Hello there. Hello there, keeper of the bag. Hope you're doing well. I was a little surprised because it says you've been here before, which I didn't recognize your name, but apparently you have. Welcome back. Usually it's like, hey, a new chatter, and I was like, it doesn't say new chatter. Weird. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. Okay. I think this is doable. So we can say connect is connected. Okay. Victoria item. Friend told me you were making a game in Godot. Weird. Very weird. But yes, that is the attempt at the moment, is to make a game in Godot. It is in the very first stages, is what I would describe it as. You know, but yes, there is a vague outline of a game in Godot. We have our little iron sword, which we can pick up, goes into our inventory, has all the kind of stats and stuff. And then I'm right now trying to set it up so that I can equip that item from my inventory, and then use it to swing. So I actually already set it up so it can swing and everything. That was like the first thing I did. Inventory was next. So if I can set it up so that I can equip it, and it goes to my little hand marker, then it should just work out of the box. I think if I get to that point, which if we can get past these couple of thresholds, we can get to the point where we can start working on like art and adding items and things like that. And I think it's going to open the floodgates. I hope, at least. Oh my goodness, 100 bits. Keeper, thank you. Oh, you didn't need to, but I appreciate it. Oh, I'm so pleasantly surprised. Hey, you know, if there's anything you want me to show off or explain, or if you know Godot, help a guy out, please. I'm like a toddler with this this thing. I mean, I'm reasonably, at least I like to think I'm reasonably knowledgeable when it comes to coding things, but Godot is fairly new to me, and I am very unrehearsed in how a lot of this stuff works. And thank you for the follow as well. My goodness. Yeah, if you have any hot tips, or even if you don't, even if you're like, I don't know game dev stuff, but maybe you could do like this. I mean, you know, I can work with that too. So obviously within reason. If you're like, add a super cool boss, I'm a little far away from adding a boss at the moment, but in the future, in the future, I'll note it. Okay, so let's see. So I think I want to create like a signal link, because so I got my component inventory, it creates an inventory item, shoves it into the grid container. I want it to come up the chain and basically tell component inventory, hey, here's this thing that was double clicked. Here's this inventory item that was double clicked. along with whatever information you need. And then once we get all the way up to component inventory, we can presumably attach it to a signal from here, or just have component inventory run whatever it needs to run. And then we can add probably a component like equipment or something to that effect for holding all of our equipped items in the various slots and sockets that has. Now doing that dynamically is kind of the pickle here, because I am creating these inventory items dynamically, and I want these to sort of link up. I can't like predefine the link, because also it's, it might not be in my component inventory. It might be in like a storage or something. Tried a little bit. Usually code everything in common Node.js. I've heard about Node.js. I've not actually used it before though, unfortunately. Also, I'm gonna take off my headset real quick and take off my hoodie. I'm very warm. Ricky. Oh, it's your only IRL friend, your tech guy. Oh, that's okay. That's where I know. Got you. I was like, it's just not showing as a new person, but also like, I didn't remember where they were from. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, that rings a bell actually. Oh goodness. Yeah, I've never worked with Node.js before. I have worked with C# a little bit. I've worked with Unity a little bit. I don't know. I can't remember what that uses as like an underlying language. I worked with Java pretty extensively. I say pretty extensively. I mean, for my level of knowledge, it's, extensive is questionable. But I digress. So, I've got some sort of scattered knowledge, and I've been on computers about since I could walk. So that's where I'm coming from. But a lot of the ideas are transferable, I think, especially if it's, I'm not familiar with Node.js, but if it's object-oriented, and most seem to be, then maybe you can have some hot tips. I'm going to grab a little bit of water as well real quick, because I'm yapping so much, my throat's getting dry. Give me like a minute. Be right back. Okay. This guy's always having a problem. Too hot, too thirsty, too hungry. That's me. I'm a hungry, thirsty, hot guy. What can I say? So I'm sorry for having human needs, Podu. Is that an inconvenience to you? Should I stop doing that? Water's delightful. Okay. Let's see. Please. Yeah, not bad. I'll get on that. So let's take a look at Godot. Connect the signal in code. Let me see if I can understand how to do this exactly. so connecting a signal in the editor, which is fine, but I don't want to do it in the editor, mainly because I can't. Here we go. Connecting a signal via code. Yeah, okay. This looks exactly like the use case that I'm wanting. Different node here is a timer. Okay, we need to do 2 operations to connect the nodes via script, or via code rather. The reference of the timer from the sprite 2D and call the connect method on the timer's timeout signal. Okay. Okay. Hold on. This might be way easier than I thought it was going to be. So when it gets to here, can we just say new item dot connect? And then we'll say not its timeout property, but what is the property we're looking for here? Signal. It should be the GUI input, right? If your armies connect call at least 2, received 1. All right, what else do you need? Callable and flags. Okay, hold on, let me take a look at their example here. Actually, oh, do I need just... What the fuck? Timeout connect. Using a timer as an example here, which is notably different from what I'm using. So it grabs that. Oh, I see. Okay. Make this timeout signal. Okay, so we can say GUI input connect to this. Okay. Controls the visibility are not visualized. Okay. So we're going to say connect. Use item. And then we need to set up a function down here. Say use item. Pass. Say pass for now. Now pass a value type string as callable. Oh, it's because I want that to be a string. That makes sense. Okay. So basically what this is doing, I've already got this script here that says like, hey, adding this item to the inventory, add it. But now it's also going to take the new item that it's creating and say, okay, attach to its GUI input signal and connect it to this use item thing. And I think that, right, if I go, I think I can take an event. Let me do that. On an inventory, go to you, panel, disconnect you. Save. Okay. I think didn't do what I thought it was going to do. Left double click, use event mouse button. So this links do this. All right, so let's print. Let's just say linked. Such a good day. Last 2 parts of my PC you've been needing has been ordered. Hell yeah. Damn, everything's coming up meong. Huge ups. I'm glad to hear it. Also, inventory item. Oh, it's because... Okay. I need to be doing it on the front panel, I think. Shit. Okay. New item dot. Oh, jeez. Okay, this is gonna be a little weird. Actually, can I just do... Oh, hold on. Okay, from inventory item. Say like on ready bar front panel. This is just a panel equal to front panel. I don't know that I necessarily need to go do what I'm doing right now, but panel dot UI input connect. Oop. Okay, yeah, so just hovering it is throwing that out. Seems to be doing what I want it to do. Perfect. Okay. Okay, so we're getting the link all the way up into component inventory now, which means we're up here at like surface level for this. So okay. That's actually kind of huge. That was not nearly as bad as I thought it was gonna be. Holy shit. holy shit. Okay, let's just try a very, very basic thing here. So we're gonna say bar mark is equal to no, because this is all under that. Okay. Let's just do like this for now. So we'll say export bar mark marker 2D, and from inventory we throw that in there, and we're gonna say ponder. Let me ponder for a brief moment here. This is definitely gonna be messy. It's not the best way to do this. I just want to see if it works. I'm very excited. Okay, problem. Because I need to get which item this is. So this is linking to this front panel. But I need to see what inventory item this is. Just an input event. I forget that I can look through the documentation here. That might have been a little easier than, leaving it as a blank screen as I did all this. Can I? Okay. I need to go over to Google anyways. That's not quite it. Yeah, because right now all this is doing, I guess, to help verbalize as well. Close these documentations. All this is doing is saying, hey, whenever you create a new item, go ahead and link it to this use item event, and it throws the event up. But it doesn't give me any information about what's being clicked, which is the problem. Can I actually make like a custom signal? That would probably solve the issue. Yeah, it looks like I can. Custom signals. Here we go. Find custom signals in a script. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So from inventory item, we could say signal. Let's just say like declicked. I don't know. Inventory double clicked. Say like that. Yeah, okay, that shows up there. And then let's say something like this. Event and item. Right, okay. And then we could go in here and we could say, link this to here. When you get a signal, for the GUI shit, emit. Actually, hold on. Yeah. Inventory, double click, emit. And then from here, let's say event. And then assigned item. And that will pass that up. So instead of linking then to this, we're going to link to inventory double clicked. Oops. we go up to our component inventory here. Connecting to use item. So we want to do inventory double click connect. So now this throws it over to use item. And we're going to have event and used item. And now it's going to check if it's a double click. And then we're going to say if it is a double click, here, this is in our inventory stuff here. We had grabbed a marker. Say used item. Actually, can I say? Does that work? Does that do what I'm wanting it to do? I don't think it is. Wait, hold on. I want this to be okay, because this is only part of my weapon stuff, so this is a packed scene there. As part of the inspector here, we don't actually have. Yeah, no, okay. Well, I guess we could set this. Yeah, as a marker. So mark dot add child equip weapon. All right, I just want to see if this works. I get the feeling it won't, but all right, good. We double click on base type panel. Oh, you know what? Actually, we don't even need to do that on that, right? Let's go ahead and stop that for now. Because this is here. No, this does need to be that. Okay. You know what? That's a good call. Foolish me. Okay, and then from here, disconnect that one. Okay, so this script is getting a signal from the front panel that is saying, hey, I was clicked, here's the event. It's passing it up via another emit, the inventory double clicked, which is giving it both the event and the assigned item from the inventory. If we go up here to the actual inventory itself, we have the new item, inventory double click connect to use item. That should work. Okay. New and base packed scene. Okay. So the way I'm instantiating that is not correct, which is kind of fine. Let's see. Oh, instantiate hacked scene. Just look for something kind of generic like that. Or maybe I just instantiate. Try that. Oh my god. Okay. It kind of worked. I think I can have multiple too. Because there's really nothing to stop me from doing that. Okay. That seems to work. Holy shit. Kind of exciting. Wow. Why does it feel so late? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I mean, that's a real good question. So if I scale that down to half, that should. Yes. Okay, great. Perfect, 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 perfect. Okay. Okay, so we're equipping this, and now we want to say under the player, I believe PC control. Yeah, we want to set this weapon. Yeah. Okay. Under PC control here. So actually, I should be using these custom signals more, I feel like. I haven't really utilized them very much. Or maybe I should? I don't know. Workers to fully automate mixing? Hell yeah. What all are you mixing? I assume you're mixing mushrooms with something. What is your what is your go-to? Puke, banana, horse semen, and mega bean. Okay. All right. With mushroom, right? That's. I mean, is that? What does that? Huh. What does that mean exactly? Every. Sorry. Shit. My bad. Carry on. I torture myself in small random one-sided valve for a bit. All right. Godspeed, Meong. My condolences, but also Godspeed. All we need to do is link the weapon that we just equipped to this PC control node. And once we do that, we should be able to swing it and use it like we did before. Except now we've got a bunch of infrastructure for, you know, equipping and doing all this shit. Which is crazy. Actually kind of huge. I'm just trying to think about the best way to do this. Because the inventory doesn't look at the PC control, but the PC control does look at the inventory. And what I could do is just have it... Yeah, I could have it just try to assign this as a... Yeah, you know what? Well, I will do that. Okay. Let's say when it's ready. Actually, you know what? Let's go to inventory first. So not in the inventory itself. Or no, yeah. Okay, well, it wasn't in that anyways. Makes sense. So in the inventory, we're gonna say signal used item. We're gonna say Item used. I'm going to say used item dot emit. So this is going to be like, this is a whole like scene, right? Actually, is this? Yeah, because this is its own like node and everything. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Emit equip weapon. I don't know what this parse error is. Yeah, what? Oh, because I forgot to fucking do that. Yeah, that would make sense. Make so many shrooms. 20 stacks of shrooms. There's 20 of them per stack. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that feels a little excessive. I don't suppose you can... I mean, I guess you can jar them, right? Can you brick mushrooms? Can you have a mushroom brick? Is that possible? Component inventory is not null. Then we're going to say... We're going to do a similar thing where we're going to link to the signal. Yeah, I should really use these signals more. I'm sure there's probably a million different places that I could do stuff with this. Inventory's not null. And then inventory... used item, connect, equip. We're gonna add function equip item. We'll just say item. We're not gonna specify just yet. And then we're gonna say weapon is equal to item, which I think is all we need to do. Oh. Non-existent function emit in base resource stat weapon. Am I dumb? No, yeah, I'm dumb. Hold on. I want this to be... Yeah, because I named it like the same thing, but... Okay. Okay, like for some reason I can't swing it, but weapons item, iron sword, actually control. If weapon. Weapon has method swing. Would have the method. Okay, let's see how far it's getting. What in the glorpsis? Rooms can be bricked. Nice. Is he trying to automate things? Haven't unlocked Coke yet? Damn. I mean, it sounds like you're having fun with mushrooms, though. That's kind of worth it. Also, welcome back, Kingside. Yeah, what in the glorps is this? What in the glorp is this? No, I'm just working on some game stuff. It's mainly a very cobbled together, not very good, mess, but you know. Okay, so let's check and see, because it runs the equip, or should run the equip. Yeah, equipped. And it is saying that that's thing there. Packaging is fully automated. Sounds like you gotta update it to do bricks. Okay, so it is setting this to here. Print. Yes. Yes, weapon. There. So as soon as I equip this, my log should start getting spammed. Yes, okay, that's great. Oops, I did not want to do all that. Print. Swing. I mean, I should see it swing when it gets to this point, but for some reason there's a disconnect. Yeah, okay. Oops. Okay, so when it gets to here, for some reason, it is not continuing. So it is getting weapon. I assume it's getting attack. Let's try... I don't know, I'm checking for weapon twice. But let's just full split these. Okay, it is trying it to attack at least. It's just not seeing that it has the swing method, which is a little weird. So it sees there's a weapon. It sees that I'm trying to attack with said weapon. But when it actually gets to the weapon, it doesn't see that it has a swing function. Why does it not see that it has a swing function? I'm doing bags, jars, and bricks. Might do all bricks. Bricks is kind of the method. Well, I'm gonna be honest. Alright, what if we just throw this, like, there? Just to see. Just want to know. As long as this function swing and base node 2D. Oh, it's because this is a... No, that should be fine. I mean, it is extending from a node 2D, but this should have a swing method. And a Myth Empire, my old run, had 80 stacks of bricks. Jesus Christ. Yeah, they really need to add bulk sales. I still think that's a good idea. Like, even if it's just, like, straight market value, just have it so you can sell, maybe not as much as you want, but, like, you know. Give me like a shipping container, and anything I can fit in there gets sold at market value. So you can't mark it up or anything, but you can bulk sell, like, you know, all of your product. Cartel allows you to do bulk sales. Oh shit, there you go. I didn't realize. That's not market value. I mean, is it better or worse? I mean, if it's better, great. If it's worse, then that kind of stinks, but... Worse? Okay. I see. Is it even worth doing this? You're gonna sell it to the cartel and lose money? I thought if you set up like your own distribution network or something, that'd be kind of cool. Like you just have like a guy who shows up every once in a while and like put it all in the, put it all in the container or whatever. And he just like takes $100,000 worth of drugs off your hands. It's not worth it. Keep them off your back. Oh, I see. Okay, that's kind of lame, but whatever. I don't know why this isn't seeing the swing function, the swing method. Because it's equipping properly, it sees the weapon, it knows that I'm attacking, it just doesn't see... So it doesn't see the swing function on the weapon. I went down a rabbit hole. There's I feel like a whole fucking Reddit post ranting about how people shouldn't use this method. I'll save it for later. I'll read that on my own time. Your laundromat's bugged out. Put in over 10K and notice hit your bank account. Goop. Okay. I don't... Okay. I'm thinking... I still don't really know why this isn't working, but I'm also thinking I might be better off in the long run setting this up so that the iron sword is like having like a generic weapon node and extending that and giving it a class name, and then that way I can use the class name for this for the fuck, I don't even know where it's at, for the player control here. Also, I need to organize all this much better. This is such a fucking tangled mess. The more I'm like, every time I go through here and click through here, I've got to fucking click around and figure out where I've put certain things. It doesn't really have any rhyme or reason to it. There's a lot of design issues, as you can probably imagine. This should, I would expect this to work though. Wonder if I should do... I wonder if I should not export this anymore. I don't think it'll matter, but... Okay. I guess, well, I'll leave it exported for now. Because I'm pretty sure if I take... I go up to the PC control here. And then I can drag in our iron sword scene. Or actually, what? That's no 2D. That doesn't seem to... Oh, it's because I need to actually put it in the scene. Wait, maybe that's it? No, I'm pretty sure I did that, but let's double check. Let me walk through my steps here. Alright, so I'm adding this as a child of marker. And then used item. Used item connects to equip. So I guess if I were to, say, like, drag this in here, and then under PC control, okay, that's not working for that either. Okay, so it's not what I'm doing specifically here. That's good to know. For some reason, this is not able to see the swing method, which was working before. And I wonder... I wonder if maybe it's because this is under marker. Like maybe if I just drag it out. No, apparently not. Okay. Interesting. This worked before, so now I'm just confused. Oof. Was it because I... Okay, hold on. Instantiate, and then let's say... So, let me get rid of... node. I don't need that anymore. I know that it's not. Convert, bring it one from object to int. Oh? Pardon me? Maybe I need to do... New impact scene. Right, okay. No, that makes sense. So it was instantiate. Object int. Instantiates a scene or loads a resource it will not call new with parameters. The object that has parameters and then it will fail to load. Through new, okay. I don't know that that's the problem I'm having, but good to know. Okay. I will also keep that open on the side and read it later. Yeah, why don't I just do it like this? I'm an idiot. Okay. We'll set the stats to be... something like that. Assignment of property or key stats with value of type resource stats weapon. Oh boy. Alright, I think I've gotten myself into a bit of a web here. So I think we get rid of that. Oh! Oh! Oh my god. I think we've done it. It's crazy. Okay. Alright, so I just had to actually duplicate the stats and shove that into the stats variable. I'm doing something weird with the resources and nodes here. So it I don't know if it's smart to do. It's probably not. But it seems to work. And then also I can come over here and I can say like the iron sword. Set the use time to like 2. Or 0.2, I guess I should say. So this should swing faster now. Like over here, it's not equipped. Equip it. Okay, it doesn't seem to clippable moment. We're so back. I can equip an item from my inventory. I can equip a bunch of items from my inventory. Only one of them gets used though, but still huge. Actually huge. Health bar now? Health bar wouldn't be that bad actually. You mean like a health bar on the enemy? Is that... or a health bar on me? Because technically I have a health as well. Yeah, on the enemy. Okay, hold on. Let's see, control. Or actually what I do this is like a... hold on. When's the sex feature gonna be implemented? Soon. Glorp sex DLC is gonna drop. It'll be a mod. No. It'll be official. Take my money, please, please. So I think we can do this. It's got a percentage. Is it not? Full rect? Oh. Alright. Positioning is a little weird, but whatever. I'm not gonna think too hard about it, I guess. Let's just do -30, -50, -70. Yeah, that'll work. Let's make this like, oh nope. Let's make this like 100 long. Can I make this thing a little like thinner? No, apparently not. Container sizing? Maybe they're gonna make the on Glorpin game and look like this emote. That's kind of what I'm imagining, yeah. Except it'll be like pixely, like pixel art. Like it'll be like a little Glorp guy, and his little antennas will be like wiggling and stuff as he like idles there and whatnot. You know? Okay, I think I can just say like, hold on, let me raise this ever so slightly. There, before, and then we'll say component help. Let's say export var p bar. Progress bar, and then we can say on damage, if HP bar is not null, HP bar dot I say value? Yeah. Value is equal to health. And then on ready, I can do something similar. HP bar max value is equal to okay, so I think that works. Oh, 0%. No. Alright, let's try hitting him and see if it updates. It does not. Okay. What's the deal? Oh, it's because I didn't set it. I already know. Okay. Health, HP bar. Oop. Drag it over. Save. Run. Oh no, it's still not doing it. Okay. What the fuck is the problem now? Oh my goodness. Stacy. Holy shit. The one and only. Glorp. It's a certified glorp moment. Why is that not updating? Oh, it's because I didn't set the current value either. HP bar value equal to let's just set it equal to health. That's fine. Oh, it's 100% healthy. Not for long. Yeah. We got him. Fucked his ass. I mean, what? Because something is happening with an animation does not show the fill percentage or value. Show percentage? The fuck does that... Oh. Okay. The return part too, yeah. Guys. We've only gone and done it. And then now, I can just say, like, I don't know, we'll throw in, like, enemy 2, enemy 3. Oh, hold on, gotta grab my sword. I should really put the sword in a different spot. Guys, look how far we've come. Can I make it red? Probably, yeah. I don't see why not. Let's take a looky-loo. Theme? Theme. Theme? Theme. Theme? Right, I don't know if that's what I'm looking for. How do I pretend we can see that? Hold on, I don't see any immediate, like, here's how it works. Begin to end to begin, top to bottom, bottom to top. What the fuck? Alright, let me look real quick. It's a health bar. I mean, you're right, it is. Theme overrides. Oh. Yeah, that'll do it. Can I do like a... This feels more like a pink. Yeah, it's gonna get like a reddish right there. And then black background, I guess. Croc, how do you color a health bar in Godot? What the fuck? That didn't do it. This thing lied to me. Styles? Background? Fill. What the fuck? Using the resource picker instead. What? Apparently it's not those. See, background and fill. Okay. Is disabled for resource properties. Modify the property using the resource picker instead. I don't know what the fuck that means exactly. Here, let me see here. Starbucks flat. Oh. Ah, okay. All right. Background color. And then fill color. I don't know. We'll do like yellow, orange. Sure. Oh. Yeah, the hitboxes are a little weird, a little janky, but I mean, this is like the amount of infrastructure that went into doing this. Although now it's like, I mean, I need to touch it up, but make a shop. Alright, take it easy. Take it easy. I will, there's a lot of things that I want to do, but there's a lot of things I want to polish up as well before I progress too much further, because my code is a mess. I'm gonna be honest. My code is a fucking disaster. I mean, it's not like that bad. It runs. It runs, and I don't, win 4K. I'll give me like a day, I think. Actually, no, like a couple hours, probably. I think actually, the release on Steam is happening in about 30 seconds. You're gonna be seeing I can walk and talk. That's the idea. I know I mentioned to you, Podu, that it's gonna be. I was thinking something like Stardew adjacent. But I like the idea of having like, I don't know, a little bit more combat oriented, almost like a cross between like Core Keeper and like Stardew or something. I don't know if that makes sense. Stardew. Yeah, I like the idea of like a chill hanging out in like a community, selling stuff and doing just vibing, but also like you can go fight a boss or something. You can like fuck up some creatures or something. I don't know. A lot of that is just like pure speculation, though. I mean, it's we're in like the infancy of this. Actually, enormous. Also, how you doing, Stacy? I hope you're well. It's been a minute since I've streamed. I realize. But yeah. it's been a minute. We've made incredible progress today. I have a functioning, although it is cobbled together, a functioning inventory system that I can interact with and pick up items. So in theory, I could just like, Stacy's here, wrap it up. I mean, unfortunately, I was thinking about wrapping it up soon because coding and working on games for 4 hours straight is a little tiring. That's a lesbian. That's crazy. Or I could pivot to playing something. That is another option. I could pivot over to playing a game for a little bit or something, maybe. If people wanted me to do that. Or I could just go take a shit and have a nap. It's been working a lot. Sorry to hear. I mean, I hope it's been like, productive. Not exhausting, hopefully. Yeah. I GPT-2 more than you? That certainly means something. I'm sure of it. I could look at the Core Keeper update. I guess it finally dropped, huh? We're getting that overtime pay though. Hell yeah! I'm proud of you, making that money. Advanced machinery and automation. Robot farm arm. Seed extractor. Critter catcher and proximity sensor. Sensor, rather. Automation table. Echo maps. Interesting. Flamethrower, oil, miniguns, and mortars. Big side vibe codes. Okay. Interesting. Play it again, you should do a new world. Yeah, absolutely I would. That just, you know, seems wise to avoid any issues. And you get paid for it? Damn. Alright. Brag about it. Alright guys, what do we think? I'm tired. I kind of want to wrap it up, but Stacey just got here, and also, you know, I haven't streamed in a minute. I don't know that I want to start a whole new core keeper thing at the moment, because it's something that I would like to... If we play tomorrow, you know what? You make a compelling point. When's the next stream? Good question. Let's say tentatively tomorrow, depending on how I'm feeling. I would love to get back into my normal schedule, quote unquote normal schedule. Yeah, maybe I'll do some back-to-back streams between never and tomorrow. Yeah. Sometime between now and the heat death of the universe, probably. Give or take a few minutes. You're off tomorrow? Hell yeah. Okay, maybe maybe I'll plan for that then, because I've been away for a bit anyways. Here's what I'll do. I will come back tomorrow and do another stream. Now when Poter's book comes out. Damn. Scathing. I'll tell you what, I'll come back tomorrow and we'll do a stream. I might be doing some more coding. I might play some Core Keeper. I'm not really sure just yet. It depends on how I'm feeling. I am pretty excited by the progress we've made today. I want to say this was a very productive stream. I don't know if you guys enjoy watching me code and hearing me yap as much as I have. A lot of progress, yes, tons of progress. My progress tends to be very disjointed when I'm working alone, so having you know, a presence to yap to is kind of nice. Still don't like the color situation with the hot bar? What do you mean? Color situation with the hot bar? You mean the health bars? Critical potato. Probably still watch a stream of you grunting on the shitter. Alright, yeah, tomorrow I was streaming, I have a bowl cam of me taking a fat shit in the toilet. You guys can see my winking asshole agape for you to all witness. Stream win tomorrow. What do you not like about the health bar colors, Podu? It's yellow when it's full, it's red when it's empty. That sounds like a kick stream. God, please let it be a kick stream. I mean, I can fix the health bar color in 1 second. So if you want me to, you know, if you want me to change that, feel free. Yellow, it does look good. I mean, when their health is full, it's like orange. Unless you want the background to be yellow. Kind of like that. So now, do you think about that? It's a very minor change. I guarantee, whether if I even have health bars at all, it's probably gonna change from what it is now. But you know, it's beyond saving. All right, take it easy. That's okay. It was a placeholder, anyways. It's just to show that we can. It's a very easy thing to add. You like it? Oh, thanks. Thanks, Stacy. You're always very supportive. Podu was the one demanding that I add health bars, and now he's upset. He's upset at the color of the health bar, and even he doesn't know why he's upset. He doesn't know how to fix it. He has no recommendations. he just wants to bitch about it. Worse than Hightail? Sure. Podu's way of the highway? Yeah, that tends to be how it goes. Okay. I think I will make the health of the bar green and the void of the health red. Okay. That I can do. Alright? That I can do. So the background color is to make this red, right? And then for the fill color, green. Is that what you want? Perfect. Yeah, is that doing it for you? All right. I'm glad I could please you, Podu. Let me know if there's anything else I can do. You want to cup your balls as well, or no? Should I just leave them hanging? Steal the old Minecraft pain away. Colorblind people. Fuck the colorblind. I hate colorblind. No, I'm just kidding. It's again, it's all a placeholder. All right. Come on. Yeah, I do need to add some sounds and stuff. I need to redo the art. I mean, obviously it's gonna go through iterations. I don't expect I'm gonna fucking crank out the final product of art in like an afternoon. But I would like to actually have like a proper little character model guy. Maybe a little bit more standardized sizings for the sprite. Because man, oh man, the sword is like 256 by 256, and then they have like just fucking Glorpier, and you know, colorblind people could see so good they had to get nerfed. True. Damn colorblind people. They had it coming, to be honest. Yeah, I'm really thrilled with this. This has been massive progress. I mean, there's still 1,000,001 things to do. You know, I don't want to sound like I'm anywhere near done, but this has actually been huge. So I'm really pleased. But yeah, I think for now, I will catch you guys later. I will try to come back tomorrow and either work on this more, or we'll play maybe some Core Keeper, or I'm wanting to play some more Zomboid. There's been multiple Zomboid updates, and I would love to give that another run. So I think that could be fun. But if anybody has any suggestions, let me know. Otherwise, I'll just do whatever I'm feeling at the time. Or maybe I won't even stream tomorrow. Who knows? Don't want to make any guarantees. I'll try to, though. I will try. Alright. So you worked so hard today in this game. I'll try to whip up a short story. Thanks, Podu. I appreciate it. I appreciate the encouragement. I'll catch you later. Bye, Stacy. Sorry that, you know, I'm wrapping up right around when you're coming in. I do apologize. But hey, since you're off tomorrow, it's more incentive for me to stream. So I'll try to make sure I at least do something. So anyways, yeah, I look forward to whatever you produce, Podu, even if you don't end up showing it to me, which who knows. Anybody else lurking around, thank you guys so much. I will catch you guys hopefully tomorrow. All right. See you guys then.